reckon if I hit that should mean I don't try and find more reasons not to, because it's been ages since I've done streaming. So hello, if you are watching this again back from the beginning, which you probably are, because there's not anybody in the chat, because I haven't told anyone I'm going to be doing shit. So I have got new computer since I last streamed. Everything is probably not working, but this is mostly just me trying to get back into that habit of doing a bit more streaming to let you guys know what is going on. And what is going on right now is I am waiting for Unity to finish installing stuff, which is the usual sort of thing I end up doing for most of my career, is waiting for dialog boxes to fill up. So I am going to try and see where we're at with the latest Unity 2023.1, because they have hopefully fixed more things. There were all sorts of issues. Those of you who followed what was happening earlier in the year, I couldn't build anything with FortressCraft. I couldn't use Unity. I have broken it. I'm also going to, while waiting for that one, has Twitch changed its bits rates? Like, have they ever changed it? Because I've been doing Twitch now for, 12 years or something? Like a long time. Have they... And I have a dedicated computer just to encode stuff. Because a higher bit rate, brilliant. Still 6,000. Wow. Oh, yeah. I'm at 5,000, which is not enough, honestly. These days, we should be streaming at 20 megabit plus, not this. Do I not have her? There we go. Right, so I haven't set up Dora Cam, because she is, I don't know what she is. That will come as the world gets colder out there. She'll only want to sleep in one place. Hey WG and hey Tad. So yeah, quite surprisingly, so when did Twitch come out? As you can see, my life is still waiting. So Twitch has been out 12 years and it's still stuck with a 6 megabit thing. YouTube. This is the thing, if I were doing this professionally, I wouldn't use Twitch at all. I don't know. So I don't know. We'll find out whether Unity is playing silly beggars or whether it's all good together. This is going to be, I think. I suspect this will be a short stream. This is just me sort of saying, right, Fridays are going to be more FortressCraft dev, Fortress streaming. Am I around next week? Let me check my calendar. Next Friday. Yeah, I should be around next. Oh, that's today. Yep, next Friday. Wait, hold on. I thought I was going to Warwick tomorrow, and apparently I'm going to Warwick next week. I'm going to... Right, anyway, I'm free this Friday, next Friday, and the Friday after, but not the Friday after that. So I should be doing a bit. Bluetricity. So, oh man, I knew someone would touch this. So, what Unity are doing is fine. What Unity did was fine. Let's just touch on what they actually did, not what the internet said they did. What they actually did was they said, if you have more than 1 million copies of your game downloaded and you make more than $1 million, we would like some of that money. That's what they said. What the internet actually went with was completely different. So bear in mind, I have never shipped a Unity game that shipped 1 million units. So FortressCraft was X and A. That did. All my Unity games, not even my successful Unity games, I've shipped 500,000 units. 1 million units? Not hope in hell. So this would have affected almost no one. But you know, do you know who really was bitching about it? The Among Us devs, the Valheim devs, the ones that have made serious money, and they don't want. And bear in mind, Among Us is making money in the billions. Unity has made nothing off them. Now, so what Unity actually said was fine. What the internet thought they said was completely different. But the way that they presented the information was the worst thing ever. Now, during this whole thing, what was really interesting is that everyone completely ignored the way that Unreal does its royalties. Just completely ignore it, like they don't do it. It's like, of course they do. So that was really funny as well. And I saw one person going, "Oh well, Unreal is a much better engine and much more capable than Unity, so it's okay for them to do it." And like, what? So Unity have now gone to 2.5% royalty fees, which is what they should have done in the first place. But yeah, the basic upshot is what they were saying is fine. Unity needs more money. When people are shipping games that are making 5, 10 or more billion with a B dollars, Unity would like some of that money, and I think that's fair because, I mean, for those of you who've been following me developing for long enough, you will know full well that Unity could really do a lot more money. Really do more money. So the sooner that happens, to my mind, the better, because they are not making enough money. They are making hilarious and true amounts of money. Now, I am. You've popped up a thing saying everything is fine. Now, I am now running in 4K, which is interesting because, okay, let's pop that on this screen. I was about to say something else, but yeah. So I'm at 4K, so some of this might not be readable, we'll see. And I was about to say, one of the things I have been doing is I've been fixing all the pink, but I think I found this pink just before I finished. Oh, that's a missing material. I did so much. So I haven't bothered streaming it because it's not interesting at all. Oh my god, the frame rate. Oh wow. Okay, that's better. Was it effects? Is it lighting? Wow. Okay, we'll be keeping that off then. So I have done so much work on making things no longer be pink. And it's ironic that they start off with things in pink. But that I think I spotted that just before I left. It's Falcon Mark 1. What are you then? You are Falcon Bomber. So I can put this on the screen, but I doubt any of you will be able to read it because I'm now in 4K. Yeah, I finally gone to 4K, and I don't wanna, but Unity is blatantly designed for 4K. Like really, they are all using 4K for their stuff. No, that's not right. All that. Do these all use the same base one? I guess they did. Alan Wake flexing. No, what's Alan Wake doing? That's so amazing. Do I need to Google this? Alan Wake textures. Alan Wake 2 textures are missing. Why is there one called Fuck TAA?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh, is this the one that required 12 gigs of RAM or some silliness? Yeah, that's just their streaming system being rubbish. So again, now that... So the reason I've not been around, let's touch on this, because sometimes I just chat with you guys, and that just means I can say to people, oh, didn't you watch the last stream? So part of the reason I've not been around is I have experienced a number of close friends have had life-changing and in some cases life-ending things happen to them in the last few months, last year. So I said to myself I would actually enjoy the summer. So I have been out, I have enjoyed the summer, I have ridden a lot of motorbikes, I have been all over the country, I have done lots and lots of cool things, and I've made the most of the time that I've had. So that's a lot of it. I won't say, I've been working on this. I have been working on loads of other cool projects. Definitely want to be chatting about those as time goes on. But mostly, I have been making the most of the fact that I'm alive and my arms and legs and my ears and my eyes all work. So that's part of why you've not seen me quite as much. And if you have a problem with that, what is wrong with you? Hopefully, nobody will really have a problem with that sort of thing. And I realised this when I spent 13 years, which is how long I've been in indie, saying, "Oh, I'll enjoy next summer. I'll enjoy next summer." Now, if it wasn't for the fact that I promised quite a lot of people I'd be streaming today, I probably would have gone out because the weather's beautiful today. It's glorious sunshine out there. So yeah, I have been working on other projects. I have my first VR title released. I have my first Oculus title released. That's cool. Happy with that. And what's the other thing? I also have my first something else. I can't remember. I have been doing other games. Like I haven't just stopped working, but I have decided to try and enjoy myself a little bit, just a little bit. Oh man, we didn't really do a great job on the spider course, did we? Now, Andy. I put there blatantly things. I've also noticed other things that I will be. So, as I said, I've also released my first Oculus game, or I'm about to. And the Oculus, don't worry, I love the Oculus. I think it's brilliant. But the Oculus is still. Is it still working? It says it is there. It seems to have frozen up here. Let me refresh that page. So I haven't been streaming in a while. You'd think it all have got better in my absence. Apparently not. I've lost track. Yeah, so the Oculus, I love the Oculus, but it is still basically a mobile phone in a VR headset. So things like, for example, this object here. So you see the fan that spins? That casts shadows. It makes no difference to what you can see. So I've been doing stuff like that on the Oculus, like serious, ultra hardcore performance. And now you guys know me, I love performance. Making stuff. Obey me is my absolute number one goal in writing games. Well, number two goal. Write cool games that are good fun, obviously, closely followed by games that run really well. So the Oculus has been a interesting challenge, shall we say. I wonder if I turn off. There we go. It's post-processing that's doing it. Awesome. So I have been working my way through lots of pink. I'm just trying to get all the pink to stop, and then later on I'll be revisiting every single one of these to what's it called? Shader particles. So I'll be revisiting all of these in the future to make them better. Am I just being thick? Is it under? I also look at these shaders in the. It's just an ongoing process. There's so much to do. Moving this to a new engine is a lot more than you might think. I mean, no matter what you think it is, it's a lot more than you might think. Transparent additive. Yes, sorry that I've been away. As I said, I have had a number of horrific things happen to people I know, and decided I would. But one day I will be old, and when I'm old, all I'll be able to do is write computer games. So, what? Oh, that's very rubbish. So instead of clicking cull mode off on there, I had to click double-sided. Now, which one of those is wrong? Is it that one? I believe there are still materials that I haven't. I thought I'd done them all. I really did. But they're all the special ones that I wrote. So this one, I don't know what this is. Bump map reflective. It's got a special bump mappiness. But the Oculus game I wrote has been very interesting to write. And a lot of it is, as I said, performance is unbelievable on those. It is just something else because it is a mobile game. But I'm bringing a lot of what I've learned back, and also I've taken a lot of what I learned into that project. Have I heard the fiasco? God, you guys all wanna talk about fiascos. Blue Tricity, I'm running in 4K, but I can't stream at 4K because I'm not the fancy type of Twitch partner. So therefore, I need to average 100 viewers for every single stream in order to get the 4K thing. And I don't think my internet's fast enough anyway. But I'm personally running at 4K, which means probably in the bottom left, you probably can't actually read anything there, which is fine, which is a pain. God, I hear my own voice there. Mute. If you were to watch me full screen at probably I should actually be streaming at 30, not 60, shouldn't I? Really? And I think I'm probably streaming at 900p. Let me just look at my settings just for next time, because part of this is getting ready for more streams. I mean, I used to stream every single day, all the time. Restream doesn't let me stream to 2 different bit rates to 2 different places. But yeah, I'm not streaming at 1080. I think I am streaming at quite a bit less than that. Because when I stream games, I want to stream at 60 FPS. When I'm streaming dev, 30 is probably fine. What I want to do is stream 60p 4K. But like that ain't happening because of the, as I said, the first thing I did when I started the stream up was go, has Twitch changed their broadcasting guidelines? No, they haven't. It's still 6 megabit. It has been like this for 12 years. Unbelievable. But unreal. That Twitch are still so horrible with this, which is a shame. But I will probably go to 6 megabit, 30 frames per second. Oh, you see, you can tell when we're doing well on a stream because we get the people coming to bother us. And I can't remember how. Oh, I don't. Apparently, I'm not a block. There we go. Fiasco of City Skylines 2. No, I can honestly say I have no idea about anything with City Skylines 2. What City Skylines 2 2? That is a horrible texture. Anyway. So part of the things I wanted to do was to go like, hey, look, no more punk. And then it starts off immediately with, where's everything else? Oh, there you go. There's Unity. So Unity is streaming everything in. Yay. But Unity is hilariously taking a very long time. Like it's not streaming in editor. So let's also start anywhere I can. Right. Let's certainly start by that one. So one of the things I'll be moving towards as time goes onwards is streaming all the textures because it makes an insane difference to performance. Night Song, yeah. So this has been in development a while. I decided to move to a brand new state-of-the-art rendering engine. I mildly regret that, as I thought it would be a lot simpler than it was, and it's not been simple at all. It's been a huge amount of work, which is a pity. But when it's done, it should look really, really good. I'm very confident it's going to look awesome. But today is just me sort of playing a little bit of catch up, beginning to reassemble things within my head to, where we at, what things like. It won't be a long stream. and I will sort of settle back down to doing more regular dev streams as time goes on. A part of that is just a reminder that I am here, I am still alive, that we are still progressing and developing and doing stuff. I'm not dead. There is another FortressCraft coming, and yeah, all that stuff. Now, yeah, these are all going as well. So, texture streaming, cool. Now, if I just do member budget 1, are you actually doing it, Unity? I guess so. A lot of this stuff is going. Like, a lot of this stuff kind of looked cool when it came out. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this black stuff here. What's that? Is it the detail map? It is the detail map. Okay, yeah, so the detail map, but I think I probably had another so that's the detail map. So where's the second texture? Let's just remove that. That looks very low resolution. Some stuff actually was low resolution, and we have got an amazing texture streamer for it. Like, so the texture streamer has made such a difference. But it doesn't help that these things are set to a low res. But there are. Let's have a look. Let's not guess. So to try and give you guys a bit of an idea of why we are where we are in FortressCraft is, please hold. More bets. What's wrong with 30 frames a second for Skylines, though? It's hardly a game that requires a high frame rate. But yeah, and also minimum spec means minimum spec. It's quite weird. People now seem to think minimum spec is minimum spec for it to be really good. It's minimum spec. Let me just stick that in the chat. I like to grab these. But yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Recommended 3080, 9070. I mean, dude, what's that? 8 years old? Long time. That looks better. Marvelous. But yeah, so there are near over 7,000 textures in this game. I wonder how many meshes there are. Let's have a look. So this is why it's a big task. I developed FortressCraft over nearly half a decade. Yeah, so 4,500 meshes. So I developed FortressCraft over a very long time, and now I'm needing to convert it all. So I honestly thought it'd be easier than it was. I really did. So whoops, and also, lesson learned. End glow or straight glow? I don't know. But I haven't even finished making. Why is that not our EV100? I don't know what this is. What is this? A compressor, right? For but specifically, what is this part of? Mark IV power booster. Oh, okay. What colour was that? That should have been an orangey colour, surely. Mark IV booster mat. Mark IV is orange in it. So, yes. So this is why I'm going to be doing more of these, because people are saying to me, "Oh, it's abandoned." The Patreon is still going, and remember, the Patreon is there so I can pay, people. This is quite important. I need to be able to pay the artists and everything to do stuff. much as I'd love them to work for free, that ain't happening. So the Patreon is still there. It's still slowly ticking along. And that's part of doing the streaming, just to remind people, like, hey, that really helps. It's it's really important. And if people think that I've abandoned stuff, then well, that's obviously needs to be. What the hell? What was I doing with this? Oh, it's the wrong texture. It should be that one. Oh, what was? Let me just hit undo a few times. So that was that texture diffuser one. Really? Doesn't look at all right, does it? I'm trying to work out what this is. This is again, I haven't looked at this stuff in a long time, and there are thousands and thousands of things in FortressCraft. Bluetricity, the visuals are very important. And bear in mind, all I'm doing here is moving to HDRP. So I'm moving to a modern rendering engine rather than, I'm not writing my own or anything ridiculous like that. And trust me, it's going to look good. And I want to be able to show people's faces off in the best way I can. Also, bear in mind, since FortressCraft came out, I mean, you say people don't care about visuals. Foundry looks brilliant. The Satisfactory still looks amazing. And I don't think much of Satisfactory as a game. I didn't really enjoy it very much. So, but because it was too simple. But oh, it's pretty. And you know what? It sold loads of copies. Not because it's a good automation game, but because it's pretty. And it is pretty. It is a very, very pretty game. And I wish that my game looked that pretty. I also wish my aircon would understand that when I say 20 degrees in my office, I mean 20 degrees. It's currently 26 at my desk. That's too warm. But probably 25 over there. But I'm not focusing on the visuals. All I'm doing here is bringing up a very, very old renderer up to modern standards. So I'm genuinely not going completely mad on. Well, I probably will, but I'm not. I'm not going mad on things. It's mostly bringing myself up so I can do stuff looking better in the future. So things like streaming textures don't make it look better, but means that the minimum spec goes down because you don't use so much RAM, things like that. And honestly, when I last was in here, I spent like a day doing these. I'm like, cool, all the pink is gone. I look around going, no, now I'm just looking around, there's bloody pink everywhere. So it's a constant battle, this is. But it will all be done at some point. My next goal is to make the game playable. So if you are a Patreon, you get immediate access to everything I do. If you are interested in any of the games I write, you are there. Let me know. If I do this, is it mask map? Maybe it is. So it is just to make it playable. Right now, I don't think it's quite playable. I also need to fix Nightbot. I don't even remember how to fix Nightbot. Oh, so many things. What is this? Research parts. What about you? Oh yeah, never actually implemented these. Part of doing all of this also reminds me it's in the game, because as you are all aware, there is a lot of stuff in this game. So this helps me remember what's in the game, what's not in the game, and means when I come around to implementing stuff, I can go, oh, there's that object, there's this object. Lots of stuff has been really improved since. What's wrong with that? You guys can see that. It's all particularly weird. So this is so after now. What was I was playing? Was it Deep Rock Galactic? No, it was before Deep Rock Galactic. It's way before that. So the original idea was that you didn't just have Arthur, that there were 7 robots. Let's say one of them helps you carry stuff, one of them takes stuff to the surface, one of them fights for you, one of them scans stuff. You know, there are 8 different robots in the game. This was the plan, always the plan, and Arthur was just the first one. So if you're playing the game single player, you would pick what robot, and if you're playing the game 2 player, you would pick which robot, and then somebody else couldn't have that robot. So each person had a pet robot. That was the goal. And Sarah was one of those robots. And Sarah was the big tank robot. And it wasn't... What game was it? Because Deep Rock Galactic did a kind of similar thing. Because, again, we're talking about visuals aren't important. Oh my god, if Deep Rock Galactic had a persistent base and automation, I might never have played anything else. I might have just simply stuck with that. Really? What am I? I think I'm. Am I doing this? I shouldn't. It should be fan. Did I? Again, I haven't done this in a while, so my microphone's not quite in the right place. That might be better. I was just getting excited. That's all. Sound. We are outputting. No, it's not this one. It's the other one, isn't it? Is it change system sounds, then recording, and then yeah, shouldn't be. I mean, don't be the same as isn't. Might be a bit better now. It's in front of my face because so I have redone my desk, and I need to tidy it up and get some photos. So I now have an insane monitor. It is so good. And then to the right of that, I've got a portrait monitor. Above that, I've got the stream. Above that, I've got the capture device. But that does mean I'm turning my head about 170 degrees left to right. And that probably means I'm now talking in front of me, now talking over to the right, now talking over to the left. So that's my fault. I was kind of hoping that it would kind of deal with that. Like, microphone should really, it should use AI to get rid of background hits and then just keep it at a flat volume. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Uh, 4 and 4, that one was. Yeah, so when I look down to the bottom left of my screen, I am turning my head quite a lot. I have weed on my desk. I have not weed on my desk. Honestly, though, this monitor is unbelievable. I have never in my life seen or had anything like it. And I love it so much. It is absolutely fabulous. And I'm very pleased I've got it. Like, really happy. Oh my god. So I'm not saying that Unity is what is this? What are you doing, Unity? What's going on here? Reflection Pro. I can't even read that. Right, do you have your own prefab? It's the first question. You do. Cool. Let's start by seeing if we can't fix some of this. Applying to a model prefab is not possible. Oh, okay. Prefab unpack. How about now? Cool. Now that's amazing, isn't it? How do I get this reflection probe to work? I'll tell you what, let me create an empty game object. And I'll move the reflection probe from... See, normally I'm working on multiple screens, and now that you're all watching me, it's a little bit more awkward. Are you not going to let me move it? What? Fine. Copy. Wait, remove. Paste component is new. It's slightly better, isn't it? It's not much. But this is what I mean. Like, it should really have been. This shouldn't happen. Not anymore. One or more of the rendering layers is not defined in the. Just reset. No. Can I remove that? I don't think I can. I think it would just put it back in. No, don't. I influence. I don't even know what to say here. Where do I? Okay, let's just disable the reflection probe for the moment. Which I notice does not make it look any different, rather worryingly. But the pink is gone. Oh no, it's post-processing on reflect. There we go. Ah, vertex it really. A lot of what I'm doing here is simply. Wait, is there no normal map or glow map? Oh, there's the glow map. It's just simply getting everything back to a working state. I see, without post-processing, I can't see the fact it's doing that. There we go. I also will be deleting lots of shaders. So once I think I'm done, if you see, I've got shaders here from Valve, from Hedgehog Team, Maximum Buggerov, good name, Buggerov, 4KO, AMLGP, BR. I need to seriously prune this. So there's lots and lots and lots of work to be done. And this is kind of why I shade it, why I share it with people. I don't believe there's 35 shaders. Sorry. Let me click the button. Shade. How many shaders do I have? 720 shaders. So when the game comes out, I know this is going to happen. There's nothing I can do. I know it's going to happen. He can be like, "Oh, right, so it's just a basic port. Oh, you've just upsampled some textures." So I kind of want this to be here to show people how much has been done, and just the fact that, you know, I will make sure this stream goes, you know, 1 to 2 hours, something like that. Just at the end of it, you'll just go, "What have I achieved in 2 hours? Very little, probably." This is why I rely on the Patreon, because if I had to ship the game in order to be making money in order to pay for it, it would be a very different development process, and probably not a better one. I will probably make all the textures stream at some point. But yeah, this is kind of here so I can just link people out going, "Oh, right, well, this should only take a few weeks to patch." I can just link them back to this train going, look what I achieved in all day long. And they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, that took a lot longer than ew. I thought, why is that so rubbish?" No, thank you. Yeah, these will probably go. I think that's quite likely. Unfortunately, I liked them, but I have an idea for robots in my head, and if it works, it will be great. And unlike the current ones, it will be based on the player using them, not me using them. They'll be kind of like conveyor belts, but not. But I've got an idea, got the art, got everything. just need to give it a go and go, oh yeah, that works, or not. So the constructor bots, they were a cool idea. They were cool, didn't quite work, and they were complicated, unfortunately. So getting lesson learned. A lot of these things, it seems like a good idea at the time, and let's start with the body. After implementing it, it takes a long time, and then you've got the sunk cost fallacy. So once I have written it and shipped it into testing, it's quite hard to go, you know what, I'm removing it, because people are like, oh, it's so cool, and it's like, it's not. So the constructor bots are definitely one of those things that didn't really work. It nearly worked, but didn't quite. Transparent, double-sided. What? Transparent diffuse. Additive? Like, why are these? Oh, hold on. I want them to be unlit. I don't really want them unlit, though. Rendering par. I mean, I could alpha clip them, but that's kind of, in time. That's not quite what I meant. Not sure I like that. Apparently, the world is very blue, hence the very blue things. And hey, Wishing Gamer 3, how are you doing? So much pink. Oh, cool. So I have done that. So the fake mirror to reflect fake things. I have started on my own shaders, not very many. I should really replace that with where's the projector logo? You see, I can have it reflect things that aren't really there, which is surprisingly difficult to do in a proper rendering system, is to just fake stuff. Right, any more pink? Oh my word. It's never ending, isn't it? It's just never ending. And there is a button to fix this automatically. It just doesn't work. What is this? This is the matter mover. Wow. So some stuff, again, what we found during development, and this pains me to say it, because people say, oh, the game's not polished, or you should, oh, this should be tidied up, or this should be tidied up. And it's like, yeah, but no one ever cared when I added new stuff. All they cared they never cared when I patched existing stuff. All they ever cared about was when I added new stuff. And I wish this wasn't true. And some of you will, you'd be like, oh, you should have polished this, you should have polished this. But I did a lot of patches. And when I added new cool stuff in a patch, people were always very excited. And when I just why are you writing to the Z buffer? And when I would add new things, people got excited. When I fixed old things, no one cared. I wish they did, but they just don't. And much as everyone loves to say, oh, if my choice is between a new cool thing, people talk about, look at this cool thing, and make the matter mover look less horrible, because to me that does look horrible, then I will always pick adding new things. Again, I never really got the Patreon big enough to hire somebody else I wish I did, because if I had a second person, that means I could just assign that second person to tidy up this machine. Andy was never full-time. Todd was just about full-time. I would have loved to have been making enough to hire all of those, but then we're looking at, the Patreon plus sales need to be making like $150,000 a year. And it sounds like a lot of money, but that just pays wages and computers and development and things. There's no profit in that. What is this? Heat holder. Is there a material called heat? No, I'm going to leave that. No clue what that was. I'm a little bit sad though, because I was very, very proud and smug to say I have absolutely fixed all of the shaders. We're ready to go. We're ready to start working on the game. Ha! Double-sided, transparent. Oops. Additive. But I thought I was. As I said, I haven't really shared it because it's not been interesting. It's really not been interesting. That's pretty cool though. And also a bit of it's getting back into the swing of things. Yes, marginal sustainability. I mean, that's a real issue, actually, Tomia. It's something I have touched upon briefly, and I haven't really come up with. So let me just double check right now about my power, like the energy in my house. And I can't show you because it does have my address on it for reasons of why. So when I was developing FortressCraft, it was pre-Ukraine war. Let's phrase it like that. Let's skip anything else. It was pre-Ukraine war. So my energy usage was lower. Sorry, the cost of energy usage was lower. It was probably somewhere in the region of 7 pence per hour. My current energy usage at this point is closer to 60 pence an hour. So there are 3 costs. Let's say 4. There are 4 costs in writing a game. There's my personal cost, me being able to eat, pay my rent, that sort of thing. That has gone up a bit, not much. There's the cost of buying assets and software, gone up a bit, not much. There is the cost of getting bespoke bits of things happening, that's paying Andy to do stuff. That hasn't changed. The big one is the price of energy. So the price of energy has kind of quadrupled. No, it hasn't. That's not even true. It's more like 8 times. The price of energy has shot up. And I'm running now 3080. So right now I'm pulling 1200 watts. I'm not even, if I tick the button mark, no, untick, always refresh. So I'm pulling 1200 watts. So it's costing me nearly 50 pence an hour, up from 7 pence an hour. Now, if I'm baking lighting, that goes up even more. But I don't really think I can charge more for the game. This is an interesting problem. So the price of stuff has gone up. Yeah, if I were to charge triple for the game, everyone would be in outrage. It's like, well, much as I would love to charge no more, I might have to. And it's not something I've really worked out how to do yet. That's not the right texture. What is this texture? So what sentry gun is this? This is sentry gun tier 3. You can have the tier 3 texture then. But yeah, I haven't come up with a particular solution to this yet. It's just something that has very much crossed my mind a number of times that not necessarily me, but there may be a radical rethink in the value of computer games. Or we have the issue that, the AAA games continue to be the cost $1 million, 10 million, 100 million, $1 billion to create. And then the indie games, like little old me, simply can't compete. And I want to compete, at least on some level, but I simply might not be able to. Any thoughts on that? It's not just me, obviously, it's the entire games industry. So you've got the thing that FortressCraft has no ongoing revenue. My ongoing revenue is the Patreon, unfortunately. So once I have sold somebody a game, that's it. I'm probably going to let me put an error. So once I've sold a game, that's it. There's no ongoing revenue. That's why, again, I'm going to mention the Patreon. I'm going to keep banging on about it constantly. Debug.log error located. On. We should be using mix streaming. So I wrote a system to basically support loading in of textures. We just don't need to anymore. No, because again, so it's me. So yeah, if you were a non-technical, non-artist person and you looked at that's the wrong one, that's 3. And you were to look at Stardew Valley, you'd say, oh, what a simple and charming art style. Yeah. What the fuck it is. Ask Todd, because Todd and I chatted about it, and he's like, dude, it's so much work. Like, crazy work for that sort of thing. I wish it wasn't. I'd love to write a game like that, but in practice, no hope in hell. You're talking about serious amounts of art time, tens of thousands of hours. And if I am, let's just say 10,000 hours for sake of argument, it's more than that. But then and then if I don't pay my artists much, I pay them $50 an hour. Cool, that's $50,000 just for the textures. I'd love to write a game. I actually spec'd out a Stardew Valley clone of my own, and then we actually got along to looking at the how much it would actually cost and how much time it would take, and then it's a lot of no. Also, is this actually the same texture? Oh, it bloody is as well. Right, you can get stuff then. I am in a niche, but I'm also competing against Satisfactory, which has quite big money behind it, and Factorio, which is quite big money behind it, and Foundry, which is quite big money behind it. Wish it didn't. But yeah, DLC pack for better textures is a thing, but realistically, so I remember I mentioned this before, I did say that if any given DLC pack for FortressCraft hits $100,000 of revenue, I will do another one. That was my personal number to say to myself that there is still demand, was 100,000, and the last one didn't hit it. I'm not even sure Frozen Factory hit it, but I was just excited. And again, it all boils back to something you've all heard me say again and again and again. I don't do this for fun. I enjoy doing it. I do this to pay my rent. If it doesn't pay the rent, I have to stop. I don't want to stop. I have to stop. Unfortunately. Now, I have released a VR game that I really need to play on stream. And God, I was trying to do things well. What was it saying? I read the chat whilst talking. It's the worst thing to do. Yeah, Tectonica was horrible. Oh God, I spent so long wandering around. 10 seconds in the game, going, "Do what? Go where? Click on what?" And then I and realised I actually had to click on a little dark area to progress, and I was a bit annoyed by that point. And then got to the next bit and realised that the game looked like a grindy, tedious ball ache, and I went, screw this. No, I opened the um I opened the inventory. That was it. The Tectonic inventory on a game only on the Xbox, and went, nope, fuck this. Like, absolutely, what the hell are you thinking? Am I going to be able to have a... Don't get me wrong, it looks great. It looks wonderful. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then I went, that's your inventory system in a console game. This is your hotbar in a console. And I'm like, not doing it, not going near it. Just no. I've got, yeah, I was, when I'm doing something, I can do something and talk. That's fine. But I can't do something and talk and read the chat. Apparently I can do two things at once, not three. Quite often what I do is as I'm typing in here, I'll do HCRP lit, and I know I'm typing, so I'll look across and read the chat, and that's fine. But if I'm also talking when I do that, suddenly my brain fills up with too many things. That's cool. I like that. I can also hide these to give myself a little bit of performance. Now they're done, hide them away. Preview sphere. Oh, okay. Now, in this particular case, preview sphere, preview cube, copy paste C3. Brilliant. My naming convention apparently went out the window. Preview cube, preview sphere, preview sphere. Right, so it's just these two. Preview sphere and preview cube. You can both be... They're not you, but they do need to just exist. Cool. And I don't know what this is. Copy paste C3, copy paste gizmo. And I really don't recall what these are, other than I think, are they in a folder? Let's put these in a folder called Old Creative. I do want to hide this stuff away because there is a performance thing. So copy paste stuff. You can all go to the Old Creative folder. And I don't think folders need to do anything special. Do they even... How do these even work? Where are they referenced? I've no idea. Book. Hiding all the stuff so I can pretend it's not there. Yeah, turret folders. Entity folder. Right. I don't know what this does. What does it do? Okay, so it's a empty script that something called spawnable object manager script uses. So that was quicker, I think. What GCIC was 10 years later. What GCIC? I don't remember the game. Something in something. Also, deprecated. Also, find objects of type sorts the results by instance ID. But if you do not need this, find object sorted on is considerably faster. It really shouldn't be. Sorting algorithms should not be, quote, considerably faster. Spawnable object manager script. Where do you live? You're there, but prefab's been instantiated. I'm going to stick you as a child of that because I have just noticed that the turret folder is here and they might not work. So let's pop that as a... Who knows how much I just broke. No errors though, so we are progressing. Right, let's see. I don't see any more pink. I mean, that's kind of pinkish, but I don't know why. What is that? Well, let's start with that. Why can't I see you? I can never find the particles. This is why I need to start thinking about removing some of these. Missed. No, is it HDRP? No, they didn't give me any particles things. That was it. Because they don't want you to use particles. They want you to use this insanely awful new system, which I refuse to use until they make me. And then I'm going to bitch. Because I'm sure it's very clever and all that, but it's... I'm not even sure how to describe it. But essentially, they have a new GPU-based system for it. And I'm sure it's very cool and all, but the current particle system, you go, click well, I'll show you. If I just go, effects, particle system, look, there's particles. They just work. And then you go, oh, I want them to go faster, or I want them to be bigger or smaller. Cool. The new system, you have to start off with, hello, here's the concept of a texture. Here's the concept of a mesh. And you have to do all of this stuff, and it's horrible. It's genuinely horrible. I do not know what they were thinking. Really, 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 honest to God, what were you thinking when you wrote this? Were you thinking when you wrote this? So we have another material called transparent hyper glue. I don't quite remember what these are for yet, but it will... So we've got charge glow, and then we've got fail mesh. Oh, this is the discharge effect, I think. Do we actually refer to that in code? Charge glow, like fail mesh, TBH. Yeah, okay, so we do have a fail mesh. I think this was the discharge effect. There may be situations during this process where I will be asking questions of the chat. Please do help, because sometimes I just don't recall. I just don't recall what something did. Like, I don't remember what the discharge effect was. I know we had one. I don't remember what it was, what it did, what it looked like. It's going to look like that for today. This, because I used to load things in, I just don't need to do that anymore, thankfully, because that was horrible having to do that. Now, this is called energy transmitter. I'll tell you what, Esmia, let me shove a picture in the, I'll shove it into the Discord and then I'll put it on the screen. I love the way I open up my phone and it tells me my car's unlocked. There we go, car locked. Dora actually fell asleep on my desk earlier. So if you are on our Discord, and I hope you all are, we have a channel for cats. Yeah, I'll send a picture of Dora before the stream and then Dora whilst I was trying to set the stream up. This was Dora while I was trying to work earlier. She has never been on my desk before. Also, this is the remote control for my fancy new television, which is on. It's got a solar panel to charge ambient light, but it also charges off Wi-Fi. So ambient Wi-Fi energy charges the remote, which is amazing. And that was Dora just before the stream started up, when I was trying to get this machine to work. Yeah. Ah, no, what an angel. It's not an angel, it's a cat. Right. So we have energy transmitter. Oh, okay. So it's other things. We've also got materials like this. This one is the auto-generated one and should go. Yep, I don't want that one. Bet you it comes back. But I'd like to, for instance, this was an earlier texture. I'd like Todd to redo this because our later textures got really, really cool. Like really cool. And I'd like to get them sort of redone. But that does cost money. Much as I'd love to ask Todd to, work for free, it's not really very practical. Right, what's that? Cyan glowy. HDRP unlit. Cyan glowy. WJG, you said, will this be on the test? I mean, I can put it on the test, but I don't think it works. My goal today was to make it work. However, I've been streaming now for over an hour, and all I've achieved is slightly less pink than when I started. So, let's assume new. I mean, Bluetricity, obviously, with priority merges, I mean, demonstrably they're fine, because you know how everyone has played the game all this time and they've been absolutely fine. That's also a reason. One of those, it's always, I mean, I played this game a lot. I really, really, really played FortressCraft a huge amount. I don't just, you can tell this. So over lockdown, we played an awful lot of games and streamed them. And you can really spot the games that people write versus the games that people play. I play this game. I love this game. I really do. And this means that when I go, oh, I wish that this machine did this, or I wish this machine did that. That's why the thieves exist, for example. So when people log off, you can take stuff out of their inventory. Otherwise, people would log off with, they just harvest the gold. They'd be like, oh, back in 2 minutes. And then they'd have taken all your gold. So stuff that annoyed me got fixed, made it in the game. Make sure the turbine's powering the fry that made the fuel rods always a priority for outputting its useful rods. It didn't clog up. You automated the generation of the fuel rods. I mean, do you mean the high energy fuel composite, like the little canisters, or? Because I just had a loop there, so I would just put 50 empty canisters in the loop, and that's done. That was the right number, rather than trying to automate it, because if you automate the crafting of them, it will clog up, because eventually you'll end up with an infinite number of those. Why would, but yeah, that's the way we did it. That was I mean, an equivalent would be you trying to automate filling up of a car's radiator or something, then saying, oh, sometimes it overfills and overflows. It's like, well, it's a radiator. You know how big it is. Why wouldn't you just put the right amount in? But that's always that we would never automate the creation of the fuel, just the automation of the filling, obviously. Right, so this one I'm not going to touch at this point because we do assign all the textures to it as we go on. That's what that horrible pink texture is. That just reminds me that that one is assigned at runtime. And that's okay to assign at runtime. What's that? Is that the one for... Am I going to have Sky Islands? I guess I'm probably not. Let's hide that. Oh, I guess let's leave it on because that actually gives me something to... Oh, that's a bit more pink. We're getting there though, aren't we? Like it's pretty unpink. I mean, the next thing to do would be a playthrough, which is basically a playthrough of the old game, just to sort of fix everything. But yeah, I know what you mean, but why? What's the advantage? Why not just create 50 and be done with it? Yeah, I mean, the way we did it, I mean, I guess I'll draw a little. So we just sort of did it so you had a long line of fuel rods like that. And then the turbines were only a small amount here. So each turbine was here like this. So these would fill up. So these, let's say this was 2 meters for sake of argument. So yeah, we just had it so your fuel rods were, one fuel rod in ready to come in, and then the empty ones would come back like this. And that way just meant that, you had a little thing there. But if it's not an infinite amount, assuming you don't just put like 10,000, you can overdo it or underdo it, because the queuing should be on the fuel, or you have robot arms to grab there. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've never really had a problem with it. Again, what I will be doing is playing through the game, and it does take about a month to play through, and that's something that I think a lot of people forget. It genuinely takes a month to play through the game. What is that? So it won't be a hurry, but what I'll do, and also on my first playthrough, it's going to be a long and slow playthrough, because what I'll do is I will play through it going, oh god, I hate this, I'm going to fix that, I'm going to fix this, all of those things. Normal map, and it was green. Yeah. Okay, fine. Because it will be the first playthrough is going to be a long and slow one, because I will be fixing everything as we go along. Oh man, see, these aren't all done yet. But that seems... now I'm going to commit. Less pink. More streaming. So I can't remember why you can't play the game right now. So if I were to make a build, which I am not planning to today, so I'm planning on probably stopping not too long. I say this is the first time I've streamed in, I don't know how long, six months plus. So I don't want to overdo it. I need to fix the streaming quality. I need to fix lots of things. Where even is my game window? Tab game. I don't remember why the game wasn't playable. Yes, man. Like, obviously, it's even worse for me because I will play it going, "Oh, you know what? I want to fix the that. I want to fix the that." And okay, God, I did get some stuff done, didn't I? That is a terrifying lack of frame rate. That's really worrying. Oh, I think I am on possibly some silly quality setting. So all this will be going. This will all be changing. Don't know why the frame rates are rubbish. Don't know why the base isn't there. Don't know why the order system isn't playing up. Though I have changed some thoughts for how the game works. What's going on? This hasn't gone very well. So as I said, I can't remember why the game isn't playable right now. That cyan stuff, I think, is the... ooh. Why was it? Wait. Okay. Right. Where's the base? Did I accidentally hide it? What was it called? It had a 64 and 80 in it. 33, that was that. Right. So, I mean, it's worth, again, setting expectations. If any of you thought you were going to come in and watch me do anything other than knock my drink over, anything other than just be faced with 10 million issues. So, I mean, I'll just fix each issue that comes along. Also, it's amazing because it is the FortressCraft engine is pretty mature, and it's amazing I didn't like print out who was playing Silly Bugger here. So there are 38 errors, but I don't seem to spawn the base. I think it's that one. Using a wood block the ticker. Wait, did I say using a wood block? If I said that, I may have been having a stroke. It may also just be as simple as I disabled the base, which is that object there. Which now, so I type it there, I click on it, I deselect the search, and it goes, okay, it's done it this time. So here's the base. It's one of those. I'm trying to work out. Last time oh, that's what it is. I meant to move this 333 meters away. You said you liked the new intro. I didn't, because it didn't work properly. Let's have another go. Because you're supposed to sit there inside of a dropship, which I'm sure some other game has done. Every time I think I've come up with something cool. Yeah, why is that so broken? That's a bit better. Well, not much better. And the frame rate is still utterly broken, and it hasn't generated anything. So, yeah, not a great start, to be said. And all of this is going. I have a completely new approach now that just overrun like it's Warcraft. Yeah, the frame rate is awful. CPU bound, not GPU bound. That's interesting. But yeah, for some reason, it happened. Oh. Dynamic target. Let me just turn that off a moment. Is it just my graphics? No, it's been really. So there's something's up. But yeah, it's what we call code rot. I haven't changed anything. It's just not working. But yeah, the idea is you won't get to wander around. You will start the game and you will immediately go in here. No ifs, no buts. Yes, you will. You will then activate a hydrojet cutter. Then all the lights come on. Wow, you've just really broken the SSR. That looks pretty good. I like we have a combination of that looks cool and what the hell is going on with the floor. But yeah, you will absolutely be forced into here while it generates the level, which is also not working. Oh wow, nothing is working, is it? That looks all like where it works though. That looks well awesome. Yeah, there's no collision on this either because that's just making my life extra effort. And then, okay, we are generating something then. Good. And lots broken. So the problem is with this. It's choice paralysis. Where do I even start? Why do I add smoke to glow sticks? I'm gonna look cool. I mean, why wouldn't you just use your torch in small spaces? Not that that's working either. What if broken this is? What's the button to switch the? Like that one. But yeah, don't you know where to start on this at this point? There we go. Daytime's better. So now it's I haven't quite got the lighting is going to be a constant ongoing light, and I haven't got anywhere right yet. Anywhere. So I'm not even I'm not even worrying about that. But it's what's expected. Now this is one of those things, where do I release the game? How broken should it be or not be to release it? Do people want to get their hands on it, you know, and see progression as it goes along, or do I get it to sort of extreme levels of polish but you know, maybe limit people off? Because if I have to get everything up to... Oh god, that looks awful. If I have to get everything up to and including the railgun working to a polished and finished level, that's years away. It really, really, really is. But it's working. That's the good thing. It is working. I genuinely can't remember why you can't play the game at the moment. I mean, also it looks broken as hell. Oh, I guess you can hear the game. Yeah, but we're just going to right. Even you know, the granddaddy of modded games, Minecraft. It's not like, is it 7.5% of people use mods? Like, yeah. It's just, you know. Again, if it annoys me, it will definitely come out. If everyone says that's annoying, it'll come out. You're the only person to mention the smoke on the glow sticks in about forever. Ooh, that was a... I did wonder if the game audio might be... There we go. I do need to work out why the frame rate is so god awful, and you know why that isn't quite working. But when you say to me, why are you so focused on lighting? Because I can do stuff like this. I can do stuff like that beam of energy poking out through a light. I can do some really, really cool stuff. Really, really, really. Oh my god, that is so cool. That's why. Isn't it? Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully you heard me. What the? Yeah, so that is why I care about how it looks, because I can make the game look like this. I can have light sources poking out volumetrically through things. I can make stuff look really, really big and really, really cool. That kind of confuses me. So this actually works. This is the base. That is the overmines. These are the hive minds around your base. It actually shows you them. So that's very cool. I don't know why that's not working. The tutorial is also going, the guide, because everyone complains about being told what to do. So you will be told to go back to base to read the what to do. Yeah, visuals aside, is it playable? Is there a research machine? So that there is a thingy outside. I think that's the first issue. Where is the research machine? Frame rate is awful. So yes, here's the research machine. I don't know. Oh, we've actually got our far field. So one of the goals for FortressCraft is massively increased draw distance, and I mean massively. I've been playing a bit of World of Warcraft recently, and oh my god, the draw distance in that game is now, it's unbelievable and hilarious. So if you've played World of Warcraft, you might understand, but if you haven't, so with the game engine as it stands, you can now render the original World of Warcraft map, and you can see all of it. So it means you can see things like if you're standing in Blasted Lands, you can see Karazhan and Zul'Gurub. So it's one big map, and they've done an astounding job, absolutely mind-bogglingly good job of making that work. And what I might do, I was mentioning I have been working on other games. And Astro Trucks is one of them. And I do want to get back to playing Astro Trucks because I'm really enjoying it. And I wrote a lot of tech for that game to improve performance because it's a game in a great big level. Damn, the lighting is good. The reflections, on the other hand, are awful. Let's exit cleanly. I'd love to know what it's doing here. Oh, it's fine. We have an exiting state. Game state. Yeah, what is that? Game state.instance. Who owns game state? It's so game state dot state equals enum dot playing awesome. We got billions of errors on the way out because I was trying to do that. And fluid tick is failing again. I want to go back to we've got lots of sand to do things, and we also have zero sum failure. Adjacent segment not loaded. Wonder why. L target. A lot of the development will be this sort of ADHD diving around what's broken. Essentially, as things get fixed, I will fix stuff up. Like as things get fixed, I'll move on to new things. On Astro Trucks, I have released a VR game based on a lot of the Astro Trucks work called Astro Heist. It's really cool. And one of the things I developed for Astro Heist was a completely new flight model, which is much simpler, much easier. And I would, if you are interested in playing Astro Trucks with me at some point, let me know. I will play because it's a 2-player only game, and I want to talk about it and play it a bit more. It's really cool. I really like it. It is one of the games I played that I actually enjoy. We're just about to release the second level for it. Oopsie. And I'm waiting on my designer to make me a trailer. And Astro Trucks is going to be a game that I will continue to work on. So essentially, I will always be working on 2 to 3 games. As time goes forward, FortressCraft will become Fortress Fridays. So every Friday, I will spend just working on FortressCraft. Then it will be other games will come and go. So I might work on a game for a week, or I might just work on a game briefly. Now, which one is the player's camera? Is it 2D camera? No, it's the intro. And you fix the intro. Tell you what, let's delete the world. I shouldn't need to delete the world. Let's just see what's wrong with the intro, because the intro looked really cool, and now it doesn't. I don't know why. But Astro Trucks is great. I really like Astro Trucks. I happy to play it. I do have a designer now who will help. So loaded here. Don't know why the frame rate is so. Can we fix the SSRR? Because that, to my mind, is not. Now, I have this is the latest version of Unity, which, quite frankly, still haven't quite managed to make good enough. But this is the latest shiny version of Unity, and you'll notice that their SSRR implementation, screen space real-time reflections, is fucking trash. Utter trash. And if you want to talk about Unity versus Unreal, Unreal has one thing Unity doesn't. Every dialog box has a search in it. Somewhere in here is going to be screen space real-time reflection. Or is it under the volume? It's under the volume. Algorithm. Yes, I can do PBR accumulation, which doesn't actually look any different at all. So that's not the one we're using, that's why. Wait, what volume are we using then? Global volume uses Phoenix default volume, which is here. Wait, what? When I turn it off, it stays. So I've just turned off screen space reflections. Now, I don't know if you can tell on stream, but I'm pretty sure that's still on. Now we have 2 screen space reflections. Oh God. Right, so I turn off the global volume. Boink. Oh, what? So we have the base. What? So we've got the global volume. Cool. But I turn off the global volume, and first of all the frame rate goes up, and then it doesn't look quite so knackered. And stuff actually looks shiny and reflective. Not great, but it does. So, what? How have we got 2 volumes running? It's the Unity's new rendering system. It's very powerful and all, but it's also just a big bunch of bollocks. And that I need to work out where. So we still have reflections. I wonder if it's a reflection probe. It's not a reflection probe. Okay. Although probably reflection would be better than SSRR. That's a different conversation. Cameras have we got? So this renders. I thought I got to choose a rendering profile here. Again, sort of ticking boxes till something changes. Well, I'm sure I got to choose the rendering setup. Screen space, ambient occlusion, ratio, screen space reflection. Right, so both of those things apparently change. Oh, also, if I make that number bigger, it actually looks less awful. If I merely use that 10 times, honestly, that looks really good. That's interesting. That's a horrifying count, though. What's the smallest I can get away with? It doesn't, because 32 just looks like that. Ah, 64, 96. No. No, I take it back. It still looks broke, unless that is. I'm not a big fan of screen space reflections, but they are cheap. So screen space reflections, as you can see there, you can see that like the door reflecting on the ground. But if I put the door off the top of the screen, so it's only reflecting into the screen. So you can't look down and see something above you. It just doesn't work like that. I am so confused though about why we seem to have two sets of. If I turn on this one, we get the fog. Cool. Oh, is it? Ooh. So, what are the default numbers for this? No, don't not reset all of it, just that. Right, now this is making no difference whatsoever. See, I don't think this one's working. I think it's being overridden somewhere else. In fact, I'm very sure this is being overridden somewhere else. So Unity has a concept called volumes, and I'm going to tell you about this on the basis I might work it out. So a volume is a way of having like a bunch of effects in an area. The problem is you can have multiple volumes all overriding each other. Now, I don't seem to have any more active. I've only got one volume in the game. If I turn it off, it should then go to its default, which is what? What is on default? Don't know why that happened. Our default is that HDRP asset, which says these things here. But that's definitely making a difference. Just out of curiosity, what number? Yeah, 64 seems to be alright. And we do in theory have proper ray trace reflection support, but hey, we've actually got a, I know. Oh, that does actually seem to be working now, or at least working a bit better. So this is our actual level. I don't know why it's not rendering quite right. It was rendering better. As I mentioned before, that it's not difficult to find the motivation. That's not quite the right word. I am definitely overwhelmed with the sheer amount of stuff broken right now. So the landscape rendering is broken, the lighting is broken, the reflections are broken, that particle is broken, the gun is broken. For some reason, I can build stuff, cool, but my highlighted thing is broken. The conveyor is broken, and it's not that it's hard to find motivation to fix it, but it is very hard not to be unbelievably overwhelmed with the sheer amount of stuff that needs to be fixed. Hence trying to focus on one thing at a time. Now, why these is broken is probably quite a good thing to work out, because all the lighting boils off of this volume stuff, everything. So what I'm going to do And I'm going to go on the basis I'm making a duplicate of it and messing around with it in code, which I might be. It'll all come. It's just that obviously because I'm not, this isn't a new project. This is a project that has been in development for a long time. Yeah, I just have to chip away. I know, but which thing do I chip away at first? There's 50 things broken. Where do I even start? Which one's the most important? Or just whichever one I feel like. Which is why I've been doing pink. I've been doing lots and lots and lots of pink. Did I break Unity? I think we're going to have to... Where's my mouse cursor gone? There we go. I guess 90 seconds is long enough to wait. So Unity is currently allocating tons of RAM. Don't know why. Could be any reason at all. This is why I have 64 gigabytes of DDR5. It's not to flex. It's simply to try and overcome the issues with writing games. Oh, it lost my layout. Layouts. Let's have a new one. Save layout. 4K stream. Yeah, but the thing is, if I'm trying to fix thing A and then thing B breaks, and then thing C breaks, and then thing D breaks, it gets very, very difficult to fix anything because I'm constantly what was that? Shaving the yak is the thing. So a yak is quite big, and if you by the time you've shaved a bit of the yak, a bit more of the yak needs shaving until such time as you never finish. It's like painting the fourth bridge or whatever local equivalent you have. What is this white thing? I'm afraid it. What's this one thing I can't click on? Tutorial force field. Wow, that can... Okay, I can't just make it disappear. I can just hide it temporarily. So now we're not running the game. If I disable screen space reflection, it's... What is it doing? So I have disabled screen space reflection, and I think we can all agree we still have screen space reflection. I mean, Esmir, this is not for you or us to decide. Let's look at the numbers. I think 64 gigs of DDR5 is a little bit unusual. I would say that most people have got 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that yeah. No, I'll just post this in the chat for. I'd say that anyone who has 64 gigabytes is in that 2.4%. Most people have got 16 or 32. Some people still are running less than 4 gigs. Oh my god. So yeah, this is if you've not come across this before, I use this a lot. There is no discussion about what video card people have got. Most people have got, no, the most popular video card is a 3060. But bear in mind, there's too many video cards. So 10% of people are on a 3060. We mentioned 970 earlier. Is that even on the list? 970. Yeah, almost no one is running a 970. It's a shame it doesn't band these together, but this is always so useful to see. So if you want to write a game, you want to target a 16 gigabyte machine with 8 gigs of VRAM running 1080p, that's amazing. Still, most people are running 1080p. Over half, most people are running 1080. Quarter of people are running 1440. Only 2.5% are running 4K. Nearly everyone has got an Oculus Quest 2. 40%. Oh. And this hasn't been updated for October 2023. Quest 3. That's interesting. 0.15%. This is insanely, like, the Quest 2 has such a huge lead. That's interesting that the Valve Index has gone up 2.2%. How is that the case? How was there a sale? And then you're basically then into very, very, very season DK1s. How? That can't be right. DK1 doesn't support theme. Maybe it does. I haven't. Anyway, if you are running, if you're writing a game, this is one of the most important sites because it makes sure that you are right. You are aiming your game at a realistic machine. I'm very interested to know about VR headsets. That's really interesting that the Index has gone up by 2%. The Quest has gone down by 1.5%. Interesting. Yeah, but what? So why has it jumped 2.2% in the last, whatever it is, month? What happened? Well, this is too soon for the Quest 3. Next month will be interesting. We'll get to see about the Quest 3. These are probably testers at this point. I think it came out on the 3rd of October. Anyway. Why, if I disable screen space reflections, why do we still have screen space reflections? That kills it at the master level. If I turn it off there, and right, okay. So here I enable screen space reflections and say we are having screen space reflections. And then this is where we configure the screen space reflections, I would think. But that bar doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Oh, it's because we're in PBR accumulation mode. So yeah, this one assumes that we're not going to be moving very much. Because it sort of blurs it. It's pretty awful. That does, so if we go to approximation. One of these, there we go, object thickness. Right, let's make it, there we go. That's better, isn't it? I want reflections. Reflections to me are important. Yeah, I mean, 2% of the entire VR market. That's quite a jump. That's a lot. All right, let's go. So what I want to do is I want to delete my save because I want the intro. I want to see if I can fix the intro again because the intro did look really good. I was really unhappy. Yeah, but Esmea, those this is a 2% gain. I mean, it might be that a whole bunch of people sold off their old indexes, so it went down in the past and now it's come back up. I guess. But yeah, that's just a really interesting one. I'd be very interested to see how the Quest 3 does, because it's, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful headset. It is a really, really good headset. It's not, well, once you've bought a replacement strap for it, but it is quite expensive, and it is quite expensive. Pause. Oh, pause. Right, what's going on? So this is the intro. It takes place inside here, and it's quite cool. And I might also change it, and I'm getting errors all over the place. Control teleport visuals. I have no idea what this is. Enable screen lock. I don't know what they. Enable screen lock. What does this do? This should set a full screen effect on the. I know, that's not the issue. Oh yeah, no, the Quest 3 is blatantly newer. Like, it's very, very much a much newer headset than I mean, bear in mind, I've bought loads of headsets. It's definitely newer. The screen is great. The lenses are great. It's tiny. Pass through is amazing. All that, but it should be. It's a state of the art headset, and it's 450 quid. Like, it better be good. I need the broken game camera. All right. Right. I'm pretty sure what I've done is, for testing, I've cranked down how much world needs to generate before we finish. World state. No. When do we spawn the player? Here we go. $16 times braces. 16 times that plus 16 times that plus. Oh, this is why we do braces, boys and girls. Is it 16 times that plus 16? I have no idea what this is trying to work out. And then we double it. Absolutely no idea. Are we still running? No. I think what I did is I made it so we didn't need to load in all of them. I thought it was here. And when we are in spawn player, the target, okay, this is just a display target, so that doesn't do anything. If I do this ridiculous line of code somewhere else, I didn't write that. my code that looks like that. Because is this 16 times that plus 16 times that, or is that 16 times that then multiplied by this? So when do we switch away from populating? It's an if. It's an if. That's a set. Oh, I'm clicking and I'm clicking and I'm clicking, but it's on this side of the screen. Notify game thread started. Okay, cool. That's the place we do it. And we do that here when. Great. Code. There is so much code in this game. Initial place spawn and frustrum. Somewhere I'll have a line of code that says something like if Unity editor reduce the area started to nothing. This is why that bit was so big. I just can't. Where do we go to start remaining game threads? Intro completed. Intro completed goes to true when we are. Oh my word. Update spawn base. Okay, if this is where we give the player the default stuff, easy resources, care package. Update generating base frustum. Here we go. This looks good. No, we don't. Oh, do I actually print those? I really wish Unity wouldn't do this. Just take me back into Unity. Do this in the back. Put this down here in the corner. This message here in the corner. Don't make me wait. We are having issues spawning, but that's my fault. And I will be fixing that. Intro frustum. Great. That message never got printed. Brilliant. You know what I'll do? I'll try again. Only I will. Because it's starting too soon. I don't want it to start this quickly. And the intro is quite cool. But this also means I'm not going to get that horrible issue here that we were having. Right. Again, we don't need to continually print this message out. Update base build. Oh, right. Okay. That's just me being that. This is the. So the base creates over a number of frames. That's okay. Unfortunately, it's all threaded, you see. So although I've paused there, it ain't paused at all. I'm not sure I can query the states of things. Oh my, that's a lot of things on there. What I might have to do is because we've got game state, which I can't read because it doesn't actually exist. So we'll call this game state readout. Again, I've learned an awful lot about writing code since FortressCraft, and I have also been writing games for 3,000 years or something. So I know a lot more about things. So yeah, so this is not a bad idea, really, but at the same time, this is a state machine without a single choke poke. I wonder what that means. So this is just, okay, I need to call it that. Public game state. Come on, you can do it. Oh, this is C in public. Public game state dot. Oh, is it just game state equals game? What did I call it? App.state. This is just so I can read them. That's all. We also have a public world known as current world state equals world load state dot state. Right. This should actually let me see what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I think it means choke point. Did I mean choke? I mean, I don't know when I wrote that. Oh my god, this is poor. Yeah. Actually, this might be useful. It's joining a server, starting single player. But a lot of FortressCraft, it wasn't written by lots of people. It was written by a very small amount of people over a very long period of time. And it's not bad, the code base, given everything. It wasn't planned out particularly. But it's not bad. So now I should get an update seeing what state we're in. So we're at playing, loading mods, loading async data, checking world version, loading player data. So we're into playing. So into loading player data, and then is it the player spawned? Check ready. Basically, I popped a hack in a year ago. And I'm just trying to remember, because that's kind of what should be happening. The thing is, it'd be something like the word generated. I'm sure that appears, but the word generated appears an awful lot. Could they make this any smaller, you think? Wait, I can't make this any... There we go. Scripts. Graphics game. Probably inside game. Game manager. Hotbar, HUD, player stats. It's going to be something like generate base. Something like that. Intro manager. Here we go. So we should generate the base. See, I think this is finishing. I'm hazarding a guess this isn't going to true. I'll tell you what. Let's start debugging. Well, yes, initially, I would like to enable debugging. But yeah, somewhere I put a little hack in, and the little hack just went, oh, area editor, just go through. I've forgotten where it is. I should have put a debug print saying, skipping generation. That's why it generates in one frame. So what? What's this loading? Call stack. It's loading the threaded landscape. That's fine. We're waiting for... Right, I'm just delete save game again. A lot of writing games is about finding out what's wrong. I think a lot of programming is about finding out what's wrong. It's about investigating. I don't know what's wrong. I'm finding. So here, the first call is this is false. That's the problem. So that never went to true. And it should have. I think intro frustum requires gen means I actually need to create it on disk. But I mean, that's bollocks for a start. That searches for somewhere to put the base. Then we go to generating base, which case generating base, update generating base, which is where we are. Wait, what? What is that set to? That's set to, we're in state generating base. And what does spawn base do? That builds the base, then does stuff with the care package. This is a one call. This is giving player the stuff. I love the way we check that after we've given them the stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is a big game, and so I am continually tidying stuff up. Like, as time goes on, I'm like, right, that needs to be fixed, that needs to be fixed. What I don't get, and it's the intro manager should have at some point here counted up how many segments we've done and gone, right, that's the number we need. But I can't find it. There's no editor stuff here, but then there's the base manager, I think it was. But comp lover, a lot of why I do this, and I will keep repeating this, a lot of why I'm doing this is so I can point people at it when they will immediately go, hey, your game. This doesn't take very long. What, why did you bother doing this? Isn't, and I'm like, dude, this takes so long, to do. But it takes a vast amount of time to write stuff. I wish it didn't, and it's good to show people that just how long stuff takes. It really, really is. Part of the idea of this was that I don't need to generate very much. Just enough to walk to the base, because you'll be hemmed in, it'll all be fog, you will get sent there, that's it, you walk here, done. And that the player will be forced to move slowly, and that will be the me trying to give enough time to generate the world a bit. I just am a bit confused. I mean, did I have an intro manager? Intro manager state is generating base. Oh, yeah, there's the intro. That is the one we're in, right? I just can't see anywhere where we locate the impact. And that is just, we roughly work out where the middle of the world is. Blah, 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 blah. We also put the player in the right bit. And we also, we're just looking for stuff to do. Here. Generating was the old one, obviously. When we're generating impact, you see, this is the bit that confuses me. The intro frustrum doesn't have that set to true. Oh, I didn't quite realise that. The text message that appears here, initializing gyros, means that we are generating the impact. Radio on play intro. The annoying thing is, it is choke point. It is choke point. I might have to fix that. So the issue is, part of the issue here, it should be public void set new state. I didn't write this. Intro state, L new state. M state equals. That's all I have to do. It's just this. M state equals L new state. And instead of calling this, we should say set new state. This means that it was set all over the place. That's the problem. So if I do M state space. Don't tell me it was done. Actually, if I set them then to private, wait for the errors. I mean, some of the reasons I don't do dev streams is because they are generally quite boring. Like, they are quite boring. Where do we set it? I'll tell you what, let's put that back to public. Let's rename it. Because mstate is a little bit vague. It's very vague. Right, so I rename that to intro state. I love the fact I can do that in Burnout 1 and therefore in Burnout 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and Xbox 360. Hunger Break was named wrong, and we didn't have tools to change it back then. So we didn't dare fix it. And now I can just rename stuff and it's lovely. It really is lovely. Right, set new intro state. Right, so where do I say intro state equals there? So what this should mean is I can pop one breakpoint in one place and actually see what's going on. I never really liked the way the game generated the generating the levels fine. It's generating that first little bit. I also need to very much make sure I don't balls this up. Because I've got a problem right now, but if I start messing around, if I get this wrong, but hopefully I'm doing set new intro state. But this was very naughty, and whoever wrote this should be slapped. Wasn't me. I knew it was. Because this means now there is a single choke point, or choke poke, as for some reason I wrote it. I thought I just did this one, but anyway, I know, completed. Good lord. Set new intro state. I don't make this mistake anymore. Whenever we have state machines, we never just set the state. We always pass into a function. I mean, I am rambling 90% of the time. If you're not, my secret's out. A lot of it is I talk to myself anyway. So you are one part just hearing my internal ramblings. Huh. Did I? Let me attach the debugger. I was going to say, I was not expecting that. Part of me approaching this with my I don't remember what the hell is going on thing means it's also much more likely to get fixed and improved, which is important. So it means I will actually tidy stuff up and go, right, that doesn't make sense. Let's change the names on this. Let's change the names on that. Hence fixing that. What? Okay. So we're now setting new state locating impact. Which fine, I'll give it that one. We are now setting state generating impact. I can't remember what that actually does. We are now setting state locating base. So let's go back to why we think we've generated the impact. That's it. The only reason is we don't think that the intro frustum requires generation. Sure, why not? We then go to state generating base because we have scanned downwards to the ground and we have scanned from, I don't really know where, the base, and we scanned down until we found a segment. Cool, segment 000 in this particular case, and we found exactly where the floor is because also we don't know. And that's fine, we're now ready to start generating the base. And this is the bit, so we immediately say, we have a function. And then we set, it's this thing, I don't understand, but anyway. We're now setting state ready to spawn. Not sure I agree, but sure. Oh, that's it. Oh no, there we go. And now we're in state play intro. Which means that the camera's doing its thing. Okay. And then we go to spawn base, which is fine. And we then go to cleanup. See there? I'm not sure how we managed to make it to cleanup already. And now we're in state completed. If I pause the game, let's have a look at what we've actually achieved. That's all we've actually achieved. It's just that. That's the only bit of the world we've generated. So if I set the game down here and just hit play, we will continue to generate more world. Which is nice. I mean, there is an issue. There's definitely an issue with, I mean, I can see the log is full of, I'm having problems creating this, we're overloading stuff. There's lots of things to fix, and that's fine. If I wait, I think it will calm down, but it shouldn't have progressed. It should have gone, look, we're not ready yet. I do notice that we've got all these outstanding builds, and yet we've got no order queue. This is why I've not been making builds. I mean, if you guys really want to build, you are allowed one, but realistically, you aren't going to be seeing anything of note. I am a little bit bemused, though. Why? Oh, I'm beginning to wonder if I'm not generating anything else on purpose because we haven't got that far into the game. I don't think that's a thing. But let's just check. Oh, there we go. So, oh, right. No, wait, what? What's going on? So we are generating stuff, just in a stupid place, apparently. Let me rephrase it. We're generating stuff in a very stupid place. Now, I think that might change when I go into the... It's very quick at generating now. Like, I did speed that up a lot. Right, there we go. Now I've gone into the base for the first time. Oh my word. Pick segment? Pick segment. Determine segment. What's been determined segment? Also determined segment. I'm going to have to remember all this stuff, you see. So this is, in one small part, this is just me beginning to put stuff back into my head. Once it's got itself, you know, started, it's all right. You can see it is beginning to generate the world around the base. And if I spin around, it generates, you can see it's generating the meshes at absolute rare knots now. I think I may have gotten rid of the clear up stuff behind you things temporarily. I don't know why it's so dark in here. Oh yeah, powering up base. And the reflections are still pretty horrible, but not quite as bad as they were. And now, once it's finished generating that, it will then start to generate this. So you can see that that's the bit of the world. That triangle up in the top left here, this triangle is this bit here, and this bit I don't draw because it's too far away, but I have generated it. So I have generated an awful lot of base. That's cool. But doesn't explain why we are proceeding too quickly. Let's have a go. Does do anything yet? Any more? Nope, these can all go. I've got to find this. I can't just go, yeah. This is what I meant about the choice paralysis. Like, there's so much to be fixed. Somewhere, probably in this class. That's probably where I touch choke poke. Like somewhere it's as simple as, haha, we will have counted how many segments we've generated. I think we've generated enough. We're like, cool, let's give that a bash. Which I thought was generating base. Oh, this is bollocks though. Again, that can go. Ah, there. No, that's in seconds, isn't it? What is that? Base build progression. Hey, Kushisha. I've been around, always. Yeah, this is a lion bollocks, yeah. Right, so that means as the yeah, I'm gonna just change that to 999, which I think means I have generated everything. And that just means I'm done, I think. Oh no, we don't actually set this. Max ramp build distance, which is well, let's say 128 rather than 18. I think what's happened is I haven't done what I thought I did. What I've actually done is I have I've just sped it all up. So that's not used, and that's not used, and that's not used. Is that right? And I think I've just sped it up, basically, to the point where the intro doesn't really happen. The intro still looks terrible, which saddens me because it did look rather good. Also, I do notice I might need to reduce the quality of my stream a bit because I've lost 20% of my frames due to encoding lag. Again, why is this still a thing, guys? Why is streaming not beautiful quality? One click done. But I will definitely drop to 30 frames a second for the next stream so I can crank the quality up. So hopefully now, well, hopefully this just lost a bit longer. It was so quick, I couldn't even work out what was going on. Hey, right. Well, slightly quicker. Can't believe how quickly it generates. It does fade up nicely though, even if I am facing in the wrong direction. And I don't know. It's the cryo table, cryo map. With two cryo maps. God, load frequency update. Okay. Ah, hut to text title. Right. Okay, if survival player script dot instance dot me to me. No, is it just not public at all? It is static there. Public static survival player script dot amy tutorial state. That's equal to base has not been powered up. Do not start to page in segments. Giving 100% priority to the player. I think. Huh? And I think also it'll be in the CPH manager. What was it called? Don't know if we do it here. Yeah, warning, this trivia. Okay. Update base build. That's okay. What is, either my typing's wrong debug.log. Wait, 2, 3. Wow. Error CPH is paging in base too fast. That means we're done. Actually, I think it might just be. Let's try it. I'm basically debugging my own code here. Stone Legion Dora is. I don't know what she is. So I am. This is my first stream in a long time. I have sort of a short list of notes to things to fix, and it will come. So kitty cam tick, 30 frames a second tick, all the ticks. I love it hasn't generated anything yet. I do need to, so it's now been 4 seconds, it's not done anything. Great. I broke it. How did I break it? Well, so all I did, and literally all I thought I did was I just went, oh, don't page things into the player's bin in the base. And something has died horribly on me. Right, here we go. A thread crashed. No, that's fine. What? I just fixed that. I thought I fixed that one. Oh, okay. If you quit while you're still starting the game up, it will. Fine, that's all right. Error. CPH is paging the base too fast. I didn't change anything. I just put a message in. All I did was I added an error message. Didn't change. Didn't add the return in. Quest segment. Here we go. Segment. Oh yeah, I forgot so there have been some huge performance improvements. So one of them is I now cache a dictionary for all the segment lookups because oh my god, they were getting expensive, and I want bigger draw distances. So that's good. And hey, Luanshin, I am doing all. I'm hungry, but that's on me, not you. Yeah, so normally we would use the dictionary check. That's fine. If not, where do we queue up a failed get? There's the cache, and the cache is brilliant. The cache covers nearly everything because I basically put it in and then fell back. And I think we get 100% cache hits on the dictionary. I'm just going to comment out the print message because that's really all I did. Alt. But yeah, some stuff might need to change, some of the more fundamental guts of FortressCraft. But the goal is pretty much move it into the new renderer, then fix everything up, and then get the game working. And then, only then, go, oh, let's rewrite some, because I need to rewrite all the networking. You know, there's lots that needs doing. But I thought that was what I changed. So we're now stuck in here a bit longer, and not much longer. Okay, that was a good change, I think. Let me just check all these other thousands of error messages are. Really weird. What's it generating? Base ready is true. But we shouldn't have. So yeah, it's all of these air builds. I don't know why. Probably do some more checks on those. We've got all these errors that I need to, need to make sure there's no errors. I need, the idea is here to spend time fixing up the engine a bit. But why is it not generating anything further? Don't think that's the issue. Yeah, there's definitely something playing up, but only in the intro. Once it's work, or is it just that we have so much loaded these days we just don't care? So have I really messed up? It's doing something. No, it is. It's still doing this ridiculous paging thing. I thought that was from the cryo map. Might not be from the cryo map. Luan Chaboldo, thank you for popping by. Oh. So it's not that. Is it the base? It's not the base manager, I don't think. Because essentially I don't want to do this. I just want to be the normal system until we have So something's loading in the world, which is good. We want stuff to load in the world, but the problem is that what's loading in the world shouldn't do it until you get into the base. Otherwise, you just rely on the normal player paging system. Dora, I can hear you being naughty. He's clawing at the curtains. I need to find my webcam. It might surprise you guys, but I don't use my webcam very much. People don't want to see my face. So that is partly why I put it in a box or paths and such. What is doing it? A lot of this is, it's all in my brain somewhere. I just need to remember where it is. And I'm trying to also sometimes try to think of search terms. So I know for a fact that the term, let's say, 512 is almost certainly going to be in there, but that's not a very useful thing I can search for. Once you're in the base, there will be probably a 2 or 3 minute tutorial during which it's like, here's this, and you'll follow Arthur around and all this stuff. People are like, oh, okay, can I skip it? And I'll be like, that's the time I need to generate the world for the first time. There's also a lot of very stupid things inside here. Which we don't talk about. So these are all things that will page in the world. And that's fine. I don't think it's that one. I would search for attempt to get settlement, but that's not sensible. So this is purely paging in the base. That's the intro. That bit works fine. And then I just want it to go to sleep and not do anything until the player gets into the base. Update Res Apocalypse. I need to do that one. Request Servant. That's never called. Hold on. Land scan. Yeah, this looks like it. Yeah, paging the entire world pretty fast over the first hour. Yeah. So this is what's happening. That's fine. But we only want to do this after player has entered the base for the first time. Player has not yet entered the base. Continue with Manton distance paging. Told you I'll find it sooner or later. Else. Right. That should help. So now what will happen is it will page around the player until such point as the player gets in the base, and then it will just start to generate the world. A comp lover, I saw someone complain about the Borderlands loading the Borderlands things. I can just tunnel. They were complaining that, oh come on, I just want. Why is this stuff about Borderlands tunnel? Why is this got a pic? Why has it got a video? It's got an advert of bloody Star Trek. Wow. I just want any video about Borderlands where someone dies. Literally any death at all. Or loading screen. Fine, can't find one. In Borderlands, when you die, you go through like a teleport tunnel, like a cool warpy tunnel thing. And I saw complaints, someone saying, why is it forced me to watch this? I have to wait 90 seconds. And someone pointed out, that's a loading screen. And I'm like, oh, yeah. But yeah, this isn't a loading system. This is let's call it a padding system. All this means is you won't notice, because the game will start up and you go. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still not quite sure why the intro sequence is so short. That's broken again. Interesting. Oh, that looks like it was working. Let's drop this for a warning, because they were kind of spaffing it. But yeah, you'll be able to leave the base at any point. It's just that you will have to follow Arthur around for a couple of minutes while he explains to you what the base is. Like, you will be forced to follow him around, like most games. You know, where you follow a little character around going, hey, and here's the thingy, and here's the thing, and here's the that. And while it's doing that, it will be desperately generating the world around you. You just won't realise it. But what gets me, that should have waited longer. Like, it's definitely not ready, look. Huh, look at it. But now it's ready. What's base manager? Oh. Is that not a... Oh, it's a class, okay. I don't... Oh, it's in the CPH. I think base ready is becoming true too soon. Because we're already there, we're playing the game, we're fading up. The player is here. This isn't ready yet. It's just, in fact, it's still, yeah, it's just ready now, which is cool. And now at this point, this should be where it is generating the world. I do keep blaming this. I don't think that's the issue. we haven't entered the base yet, so that's not doing it. But that is not doing what I think it should be doing. I mean, it does seem to be a bit better. Does it? No. But we're not getting all the... Oh, are we getting all the errors? No, good. Yes, we are. No, we totally are. So the build system does appear to be overloaded at the start. I'm not sure why. Oh, it'll be something like there will be a storm. So the plan is when you spawn, there's a big storm going on, and then once the storm's done, then you'll be able to. At least, so it'll just be like the storm isn't clear, and the length of the storm is based on how fast your computer is. But quite frankly, what the fuck is it doing? What's going on? Like when I look at it, it's doing it, but it should be generating stuff around the player. Now, the moment I walk in the base, things become different, because when I walk into the base and activate the base by going... Huh? Yeah, like that. Why? But I haven't clicked the button yet. Let's update that base thingy. Oh boy, it's good to I am having good debugging. I am improving things out. That's fine. Game state readout. You wrote this file out earlier. I go to tutorial. I can't type. Okay. I put it into CryoMap. That one. Current tutorial state. I might have done this somewhere else, you see. That is possible. Come on, Unity. Thank you. But we're in a better state than we were several hours ago. So, yeah, it has improved. But this now means I can now look at the tutorial state of the player, which is enter base. But I don't think at this point... Oh, let's also print out that stripe. So we also have the concept of when the base is ready. Inside the CPH base base ready equal central power hub dot base ready, and I begin to base build progression. Why is it so slow? I don't know if you can see that. I type in that, I hit Control Spacebar, and it takes at least a second to appear. So I don't think we should set base ready until base build progression gets up to, so it goes to 0, otherwise it should be max ramp build there. So I think that might be the issue. So we set the base to ready. If we stripe across the whole base, I have no idea what I'm trying to do there here. Yeah, but this is worse than it has been. Why is it bad at all? So this runs along the whole thing, and we call this. I don't think we're returning false correctly from this. If build failed, return true. Oh, do we return false if we return true if we should keep building? Okay. Update base build. So return true. So, okay. So each time we come in here, we attempt to build a maximum of this many things, which is quite a lot. If we fail, then if we did a build fail. Build fails if we fail to build an entity, right? Then every so often we redo it. That's fine too. Help matters. Why have you got it red? I mean, compliment, I don't disagree with you. People complain about the intro to FortressCraft taking like half an hour. And I was like, I think my record is 15 seconds. I think I put a video up on it going, look, here's me doing it ever so quickly. What you're talking about. Also, again, in FortressCraft, that force field's there to stop you wandering around while I quickly generate things. Right. So, oh, I thought did I not make them public? I didn't save them. So I think, so base build progression, is a number that goes at 0, and then we... Oh. When do we... Oh. Hold on. Wait, the base build. But we don't use that in the search. This might be equals... Would this be max ramp build this? I've just basically worked out what is going on here, and it's complete and utter bollocks. So we scan from 0 to maximum ramp this, and that's fine. And what we should just do here is base build progression equals I. Assume we've got this far. Base rate equals true, and then base build progression equals that. So we were just sort of assuming it down here, which was really... So let me call in function. I think that might be the issue. I think I may have tracked down finally where it is. Compromise. I don't think you'll really notice. Bear in mind, in FortressCraft previous, it was the you know, you had that crashing ship sequence. That was the loading screen. I mean, again, lots of people didn't seem to twig this. Here you've got the drop ship followed by the sandstorm, followed by the base exploration, and then you start. And a lot of that is to generate the low detail version. Now that's not quite right yet. There's lots of work that needs to be done, but there is a low detail version of the map. It's so cool. And so you can see crazy distances. So here we are. Base build progression is -1. It's still -1. But the base isn't ready. Oh. That's part of the... Really, Yancy, can you just fuck off with your error messages? Yeah. Right, so this is part of the... What was that? Oh, cool. There was a hive mind right there. Unlucky. But... Right, well, there's the issue. Until base is ready, we shouldn't have progressed. And that shouldn't be -1. So we should stripe that across upwards when the base isn't ready. I mean... Finally, we have a smoking gun. We're in the game, and at the same time, the base is not marked as ready. So we shouldn't have progressed until the base is marked as ready. And that was the... But why? Well, first of all, why wasn't the base marked as ready? That's the first question. I'll be slightly sad if I need to upgrade my encoding computer. Technically, I do have a computer that's faster than it now, but not a lot. Again, I keep mentioning this. I get so pissed off that streaming is so difficult. It should not be difficult by now. PCs are so much better than they were when I started streaming. Don't see why this is the thing. Right. Is base ready? True. Huh? I think I just found a Unity bug. Notice that this variable is true, and that variable is 150, and yet here, it is not. So I am getting errors about the UI. Oh my god. What am I supposed to do with issues like this? That wasn't really a smoking gun, so much as Unity being utter shit. Right, so if I just add tab, anything. Well, I mean, that's still not right. I mean, it's built the base. Oh my god, Unity. Okay, I'm not going to pretend I'm really understanding what's going on here, but I'll just call this one game state readout. And I'll just move that here, just in case there are too many other things for Unity. And I'll just pop that there so we're not doing both. Don't think that should be an issue. Unity does appear to be having a bit of a moment. And this is why I have no truck with people arguing about, oh, Unity that shouldn't be asking for more money, blah, 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 blah. I had to put up with this stuff for you. That is why Unity needs more money, so I don't have issues like this. Right, that's updating. Base still isn't ready. This is more like it. I mean, there might be a bug in that code, but I shouldn't be progressing until that tick box goes base ready. Z is 150. Now Z becomes 1. Not sure what that means. So Z is now 132. I'm a bit concerned that I subtract 18 from it there anyway. Build didn't fail, page didn't fail, but why are we not returning true then? False, sorry. Right, so what's this? This is Why are you failing? So we okay. So we've found a 17. We found a new survive, but we were expecting a 22, which is a reinforced rock. And the value's different. Cool. So we then build. Oh no, segment is null. Oh, so we're failing to page in that segment. Well, here's the issue then. I'm failing to page in this segment because that one. So I'm trying to load in this area, and then once this area is loaded, this is the required minimum area. At that point, we start doing other things. I'll be honest, I'm not sure why it's not doing other things anyway, but I've obviously stopped that. But it's failing to... Let's get to this bit. It's never getting to here, I don't think. We didn't build... Wait, here we go, yeah. And I is 0. Okay, yeah, big build. So this is the bit that, what are we doing here? We are filling the floor. We are filling all sorts of bits and bobs. None of these should fail now. Everything should be paged in. Now what's going on? Why? What? So if we build something, we're not ready. That means the data has been changed. If we failed to build something, again, well, it doesn't really matter. Temp gets over. But that's fine. That's just... fail set is probably always going to be 0 or possibly something annoying like 3. 3. So one of them is failing. And it's always the last one. Always the last one. That means that the Z then becomes 0. And we then set it to minus equals 18. That means that Z becomes minus 18. So I only do this for 19 onwards. So this is the torches and thing. That's all right. That's fine. So we'll always get past there. We can't page fail that. And then we say it's greater than negative 18. There we go. That's why. Now, wait, hold on. It said it's greater than negative 18. No, that's right. Yep. So we are here. We're on the last one. In we come. And then we do a stripe of air upwards, I think. And then the base blocks around the edge. But we failed to get... Oh, that's very unhelpful. That one. Will you let me? And sometimes it does. Will you say set next statement? Sometimes it lets me do this. Sometimes, okay, right, cool. This is the one that failed because segment is not in a good state. It required generation. Right, so this is the issue, and this is a very deep-seated issue. Hey, King, you're up. Thank you. I am happy to be back. I don't know what... So this is a problem. So this is a... I'm trying to page in a segment. It is not marked as required generation, and yet it is also not required as requiring a load. Does this need to be added to a to load list then? That next statement. Right, so it's never been generated. It's not empty, blah, 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 blah. So there's the issue. Now I can probably by simply generating one thing a bit less. By simply saying might as well. I'll think. Oh, excuse me. Did I turn on noise removal? I did. Did you all hear me sneeze, or did the AI manage to get that? Oh, good. Yeah, the NVIDIA noise removal stuff is pretty cool. In fact, they all are. I'm assuming there's other one. Yeah, NVIDIA very weirdly did a fantastic set of AI stuff for web cameras and microphones using my GPU. Now, there is another issue, which we'll come to, is that the game should have jammed up here. Oh, no, there we go. Now it should progress. That has fixed it. Awesome. But it progressed too far. So until the base has been generated, it shouldn't. Is it game state? No, it's load state. No, it's not. Maybe it is. It's load state. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so I think we're going to spawn player. I'm going to find him in a minute. I will find that bit of code that I commented out. Notified game thread started. That happens if we go to start remaining game threads. Start remaining game threads happens either because we've notified play. Oh, really? That seems way too soon. What's intro completed? A variable. Oh, there we go. It goes through there. Right. How does this tie in with the central power hub building? I've just noticed I've got possibly 2 bits of code arguing back and forth. Maybe. But update spawn base. So when do we go to spawn base? Yeah, so we go to spawn player when we notify game thread started. We go to notify game thread started when the... I don't like that. That's when the world state is that. I don't think we should have gone to start remaining game threads yet, but unfortunately we do it off a notification, which is the loading the player data. Bugger. Ah, local player check ready. Do not attempt to spawn the player until the base itself has finished generating. If central power hub dot base ready equals false. I'm slightly concerned about that change because it's a bit... It's a bit rubbish. So we hit loading state and then it's only when the player's ready to load it. But it's not really the player load, but this appears to be the bit where I need to block it. Hopefully then, if all goes well, we should be stuck in the dropship for much longer. Like, until the base is definitely finished. Or I have got a race condition because this is happening. No. It's just not doing anything now. There we go. Right, so I do have a race condition because we're now inside loading player data. It's too soon. So this is not the right place for it. Okay. So it's not there. And we go starting game threads. Spawn player. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about these little hacks here. So that's something to let me just put that in there. Put that there, and I understand why that's there. Shouldn't need it anymore. Sometimes I do stuff that you guys can go like, "Hey, you've done a blah." Here, there's so much code across so many things. So what does intro completed mean? So that's possibly the. When do we go to? I am a little bit confused about this because this builds some stuff and that builds some stuff, and that's a bit stupid. But if I paste that, oopsie. Do not attempt to spawn the base until the LFP part is ready. I love that. It just says minus references. Is it just me or is Dev Studio getting worse? LFP is a type of battery. Low frequency update. Oh, Rob, I was totally. Oh, did you get your damage to your car fixed, Rob? I knew there was something I was going to ask you. So what I want this to stick here until such point as the world has generated a bit more. I didn't save it. We're still stuck on loading, saving player data. Yeah, LFP is lithium ferrous phosphate, which is a type of battery. Dope. That sucks. I have been lucky with mine, like not having any, well, apart from the truck that drove into me. Apart from that, I've been very lucky. Okay, we're now on spawn player. We should sit here. See, the lighting does that. See, this is good. This is good. The number isn't increasing. I think it's a bit slower than it was, but it's probably a bit more reliable. That's better. Now, I'll select that other variable that was a little bit scary. Because I am a little concerned about that I'm not fixing that. World script. Are we doing update sparkly? Am I connected? Oh yeah, covering it in mud, that's a plan, so no one ever spots your damage. I swear Dev Studio is just getting worse and worse and worse. Like, why? Oh, am I going to have to restart? Did it just fail to connect there? I specifically want to check if the load distance has been reset. Because I have a sneaky suspicion it's not. The local player script. Oh no, what am I doing here? Are we in the base? Yes, increase the load dimension. Yeah, but my point is that Dev Studio is getting worse. And I don't understand. Like now, when I try and get the IntelliSense, it takes like 2 seconds, and it's like, why? My PC's so much faster than it ever was. There's obviously a bug. Also, I don't know what right it is. Does that work 100% with Unity? Is the Unity integration for that just tickety-boo? Because otherwise I'm just trading in problem A for problem B. That is a lot of the reason why I've stuck with Dev Studio over the years, is so I don't end up with, problem B. I know loads of people that are like, oh, and then I'm using my own custom IDE and this and that, and it's like, well, Unity just sort of go, well, that's why it's broken, because we don't support whatever it is you're using. It's probably Unity, though. So in this case, I think what happens is I keep the load distance small until such time as the player enters the base. It's not bad. Comments is once the player enters the base. Right. That's kind of okay. So what happens is I am reducing the load area of the player during the first bit, which is fine. It's a bit silly, but it's all right. And then when they enter the base, I make it grow. So I have found that. I'm also no longer doing the crazy initial paging. Well, switching work tools is not really a problem because I I'm working in Unity. I mean, I'm doing very little in Dev Studio. I need debug, breakpoints, and edit code. But I don't understand why Dev Studio is just getting worse and worse and worse. And I've found other people complaining about it, and it's like, yeah, there's got to be a solution to this. That's better. That's about 7 seconds loading time. Oh, and the... oh, I haven't seen that in a long time. It's the... is it casting a shadow? It's the heavy dust storm, which for some reason is causing some real... Yes, this is the idea that you can't go off here, and if you do, you get killed or something. I don't know what. I might have a look at that then. Like, Dev Studio annoys me because it's incredibly and overly complicated for something I barely need. I should probably fix it. That's the first time I've had the dust storm work in a long time, so I have definitely fixed things. So now I've entered the base, we now start the page around. And then what I would do is, once we have a certain part of the tutorial completed, then go into the loading. So that's good. That is good fixes. But why was the sandstorm so horrible? I don't know why. Let's heavy fog spare. So this is not staying. This is definitely just a temporary fix. And hi, Flux. So now I might have enough time to actually fix the issue I'm trying to fix, which is, why does the intro look so weird? Because it starts off too bright, and then it goes dark, and then just disappears. So there it is, too bright. So I've paused it now this time. But unfortunately, that doesn't pause the game. Intro camera. Now, why doesn't it look like... This is what it's supposed to look like. Why doesn't it? So it should look like this. Then it gets bright. And then something else breaks. Which is, I say fine, not necessarily fine, but I was very much playing silly buggers. Yes, that is a bug. That's an issue that I will need to come back to. But here's the intro camera. It's not exactly right, is it? Let's get rid of these, because we ain't using that. Yeah, we're not using that missing script, or that missing script, or contrast stretch, or SSAO, or this missing script. No rush Unity. All I did was, I think I just clicked on the thing. Boom, 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 boom. Unity's died on its arse again, hasn't it? That's the second time today. Bear in mind, this is the latest build of suggested build of Unity 2023, and it's it's November. This did look really cool. Something's happened to it. And it doesn't look like that though, does it? I will say though, as it doesn't move, oh my god, Unity, you really... This was broken the last time I used it. I can't click on anything as it's broken. Oh my god. This is seriously borked. Unity HDRP Reflection Probe UI. Broken. Great. I can't find anybody else complaining about this. I can't click on anything. I mean, I am getting these. In fact, it's there, isn't it? It's the... Can I click on any of these? Oh my god. What's the issue? It's complaining about the menu options for the mask field. It's going to be that one or this one. Right, these all seem okay. Let me just rename them. Let me just tab inspector. Okay. I mean, that shouldn't do anything anyway, but all right. Was that what it was? No, it wasn't. Damn it, I thought it was the lights. So, yeah, all of this UI is broken. I'm getting a error message every single frame, just saying, mask field GUI get menu options is out of range. It's not nothing to do with me. I mean, this is 100% their fault. Mask field GUI out of range error. I love the way it skipped the mask field GUI. That's the important word. Okay, there aren't any hits for mask field GUI out of range error. I don't even know which one it is. This is now outside of code I've got access to. This is why Unity is slow as balls, by the way. Look at the how many calls and calls and calls and calls and calls are stuck down here. Right, I have a funny feeling then, I'm going to guess, it might be because I don't have or do have light layers. Let me tick light layers, which I don't want. And not that. That's better. Where did it go? Where was light layers? So this is what I mean. This is about I'm saying about Unity needs more money. It's this sort of stuff. I mean, I might be the first person this has ever happened to, but let's say for the sake of argument, that's not performant. Draw rendering layer mask. It's the oh, it might be off the bottom. It might be failing there. Well, unfortunately, it's failing. Again, let's see if there's been an update to the. I think there's been an update for this in 7 months. I mean, come on. Or is it now that I'm supposed to now use HDRP? No, really? No results. Unity latest HDRP. No, I don't care about any of this stuff. What I care about is no. Great. 2 years ago. Brilliant. Asset store. No, not. I love it. They tell me how good it is, and then go, or download more stuff to make it better. Right. Resources. Oh my god, HDRP. That's version 10. Install and upgrade. Install. In the package. So this is the thing, right? The package manager is supposed to be so you can have loads of different versions of things and they can update things in little teeny tiny ways. Cool. This is completely pointless. Changelog? Like, is there a 16? Yes, we're on to fucking 17 now. So I am on Unity 2023.1. But am I supposed to remove it? Because I don't want it, and I'm not going to do that today. But let's grab Trello. Where is FortressCraft? Is that the public? I can't remember now. Oh, there it is, FortressCraft. Nope. Right. Check HGRP 17. So the point is they can do little teeny tiny incremental upgrades, blah, 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 but I'm stuck on a version 6 months old and I've had to go and search. But that's what I think this is. It's a bug in the HDRP. So I can't do a reflection probe. So I will delete that temporarily. So there were some lights on this. Are right, so where's the light from it? Right, so 6. See, again, this is a problem. I've just set it to 600,000 lumen just to make it visible. I know this is an ongoing issue that I will have to face at some point. I will also just select the... No, I was really hoping that would help. I mean, I have no idea what's going on with that. Like, none at all. What on earth is happening with that camera? Wait, didn't I remove... No, then it cracked, didn't it? Don't save it enough, apparently. Remove that. Nothing's ever easy, is it? Let me just reset that camera. It should look like this, and it doesn't. It looks like that, and I don't know why. Unless the... Okay. Is there another light here that's just too bright? Why is it so bright? So I've turned off the exposure override here. It's not emissive. I just make that. I can make it emit bright red. So it's not that. That does look cool there, but it's not that. What the hell is lighting it? Rendering Light Explorer. Oh, hello, cat. So now I'm editing it in isolation, you see. Oh, lighting is very difficult. It is a really, really difficult thing to get right. And the most annoying thing is I shouldn't have to. Unity has made a lot of things very, very difficult. It might be physically correct, but it is a huge, huge pain in the ass. That's it. I don't believe that's the only light in the scene, Unity. In fact, I have other things breaking now. We turn off the light pivot. Right, so it's not the light. like the light. It almost feels like it's the sky is too bright. Which it might be. But I've just made I make the sky black. I just make all the sky black. Right, so it's not the sky. It's not just the sky, at least. And I definitely play with the exposure of that. No, it's to do with exposure stuff. So I set the exposure to 14. It looks fine. But then the rest of the game will be incredibly dark. Although, you know, maybe that's not a bad thing. We'll because if I put it on automatic exposure, it has the issue that it tends to make everything just very boring looking. It's like your eyes have infinite adjustment. It's very tricky to get this right. And there we go. That's a bit more. Better. And then the game just I think I'm about done for the day though, because like now Unity has crashed for the fourth time. I am amazed they've released 2 major revisions of their lighting system, their rendering system, in 6 months. Unity has just died on me. But one of the big ongoing tasks is lighting. Let's just call this exposure and lighting. Blitz. So part of the issue, I can sum it up just before I sort of stop, is what is it? 5, 6. That one. Part of the issue is that I want foggy sort of look to the game, which is fine. But again, the fog is realistic. So if you have thick fog, the light goes down. Fine. So then I have to make the light. So this means that I've got like little lights in the ceiling of the thingy that's the brightness of the sun, just in order to offset the lighting. So I've got this constant battle because I just want fog. But what we'll do is I am hungry, so that's a good place to stop. I'm going to, this has been good. This has definitely been improved and I've remembered a lot of stuff. Mild work on lighting and loading. But I will call it there. That has been 3.5 hours of mild productivity. I will be trying to do this more. Check my calendar. Yeah, possibly not on the 24th, but should be 10th, 17th, and 1st. So I'll be getting back into doing these. I may or may not do some intermediate stuff. I do also need to get on with Astro Trucks, Astro Heist, and Gleamcraft. I do have 3 of the game in the works. And you guys should all be invited. Just a reminder, if you are a Patreon, well, if you are a patron, then thank you. If you're not a Patreon, do consider becoming a Patreon, because I do rely on it heavily. So I will just link it there. As I mentioned before, I don't make enough money from the games to carry on, but I do rely on the Patreon in order to be afford to do this. So yeah, I'm going to leave that up on the screen for a few more seconds. It's terrifying how much stuff needs to be done. I do need to do I will probably upgrade to HDRP 17. So yeah, I do have vague plans here. So July next year. Oh, am I a year out? I'm how many year out? Let's achieve that. Just a rough timeline. And yeah, lots and lots of stuff to do. And I will be looking at that for next time, which is to move to the new version of the renderer and see if things are better. Essentially, I just want thick fog that doesn't horrify the lighting. I don't think it's too much to ask. I don't want it to be realistic at all. I just want fog that looks cool without having to have insane lights, which then if you get too close. So I will see you guys all next week. I will be on the Discords. I'm also on Twitter. Sorry, X. I'm not calling it that. I'm on Twitter. So you guys have plenty of ways of getting hold of me. Thank you very much for watching. See you next week. I need to count to 5, so I don't count.